could volunteer for some activities that might still be current. You can still put them in your CV. And then being a fresher while you're starting, it is very important to put extracurricular activity because you don't have plenty of work experiences. So your extracurricular activity, what it does is that it tells me the kind of things that you find interesting. So that like gives me an idea of what kind of a person that you are. Because even though that we are looking for somebody that has a certain skill, we also want to have an idea of the kind of person that person is, to know if there is, there's a skill fit and there's also a culture fit, character fit. So there are some times that you don't get a job, even though you have the skill, but they don't think that you're the kind of person, like you're their kind of person. You might lose an opportunity because of that. It's not because of any fault of yours, but it's just that there's a kind of person that they are looking for. So those are also the things that we look out for in your CV. It's not just your qualifications. So your name in full. So your name would appear in your international passport or your national ID. So if your name is Oluwadamilola, that is what should be in your CV. Maybe people call you Dami, no problem, but Dami is not what should be in your CV. When you're introducing yourself, you can actually say, okay, my name is Oluwadamilola, but my friends call me Dami, that's fine. But put your full name in your CV, your address, telephone number, and email. It is also very important that, the telephone numbers, the numbers are correct. We have had lots of incidences where instead of the 11 digits of the mobile number, we have 10. So we are not able to reach the person. Or maybe the email in the CV is not correct. Maybe there is a missing letter or a missing dot. So these are things that might affect you that you might not know. So it is very important for you to proofread your CV. Date of birth is not necessary, except if it is required. There are some job openings that put down some requirements. So if you're applying for a specific job and there are requirements, then you have to follow through with what the employer wants to see. But when they don't require, it's just like the normal regular advert, sending your CV, sending your application without really saying your CV must contain this or that, then there's no need to put your date of birth. So that's optional if you want, but really the information does not add anything to the skill you have. Your age, what you can do is not about how old you are. So if, for instance, you're a digital marketer, what I need to know is what skill do you have? What have you done previously? Because what you have done previously will let me know what you can do now or in the future. So your age doesn't really add to, that information. Okay, and then if you can see the screen, you can see the name as it is written here, Abiola Obinna, 3 Freedom Lane, Ikeja, the phone number and the email. Now, I always advise that because of the security, challenges we have now, when you're putting your address, remove the number, the house number. So you can still retain the street address. Nobody knows which one is your house, assuming your CV falls into the wrong hands. So you can leave it at Freedom Way, Ikeja. So no need to put, like people who stay in Festac, you have the house number and street number. So no need to put your house number and your street number, because really these days, nobody is coming to your house or sending a letter, a hard copy letter to you. We are mostly on the email. So we just want to have an idea of where you stay. Okay, so your education and qualification is very important because really that is what qualifies you for the role you're looking for. So the school you went to and the degree. I've seen a lot of CVs where maybe somebody will write University of Uyo, Bachelor of Technology, and then there's no course. So what did you study? Is what you study that gives me an idea of the kind of background that you have, the kind of skills that you may possess. So I know that is an error, but there are some errors that will cost you a lot, especially if you do not have experience. If you have experience and your course of study is missing, I can, look at your experience and see what you have done before to know the kind of skills that you have. But if your course of study is not there and you're just fresh out of NYSC, which means that probably maybe during NYSC you just did a teaching job. And so I can't even say, what did you study and what can you do? And there are many times we don't really have the time to, give you an individual a lot of time, because let's say I have 500 CVs, and I'm not even trying to exaggerate. For one role, you can get as much as 2,000 CVs. Now, a recruiter might, on the average, will spend 20 seconds on a CV if the person is doing it manually. So if I'm looking at the screen and I'm going through CVs, for me to spend more than 20 seconds on your CV, something might have caught my attention. So I now need more information. But really, if you don't give me that information upfront or within that, the first few seconds, I may just go to the next one. And you may have what we are looking for, but because you didn't present it well, you may not have the opportunity to even showcase yourself. Okay, so you put your secondary school. There's no need to put your primary school, because really, when you're looking for a job, now what I need is your O-level and your degree. So I need your secondary school, your NECO, your WAEC. So there's no need to tell me that you went to Auntie Betty nursery and primary school. I don't need that information. I don't need your crèche information. Even though that is important, I want to assume that for you to go to secondary school, you did primary school. So really, I don't need your primary school information on your CV. Now, when you come for the interview, if you get to that stage and we're having a chat, yes, you can say that, or I can even try to find out more information. But there are information that are really not necessary. And remember that your CV at this level shouldn't be more than 2 pages. For somebody that is fresh out of school or fresh out of NYSC, the best option is to have a 1-page CV. 1-page CV, enables you to summarize. And it also, gives me all the information at a glance. I'll see everything without the need to scroll up or down. And recruiters, we love 1-page CV. So, but as you gain experience, you might not be able to. It's not that it's not possible to put everything in 1 page, because you can always summarize. But as you gain more experience, you can now have a 2-page CV. But if your CV is 2 pages now, there's nothing wrong with that. But it shouldn't be more than 2 pages. Okay, so the most important things in your CV when you don't have a lot of experience are your course of study and the things you do, the things you have achieved, maybe any extracurricular activities that you did in school or that you're currently doing at the moment. So your work experience is very vital. It should be the name of the organization should be there. And then what did you do there? Not just, okay, even if it's an internship, what did you do during your internship? So you are not doing yourself good when you say something like, which company? Let's use maybe XYZ company sales officer. You haven't written anything, because I want to know, what did you sell? How did you sell it? What kind of customers did you interact with? Or even if it was a teacher, who did you teach? Did you teach secondary school? Did you teach primary school? What was the average number of students in your class? So those are the things that we can, as we are looking at you, remember that you're not there when I'm looking at your CV to provide me additional information. So I'm left with whatever information I can extract from your CV. That is what gives me the what I need to make the decision at that point. Your CV, you're sending me your CV to show that, okay, not just that you're interested in the role that was advertised, assuming that there's an advertised position, because you can also send your CV when there's no advert or solicited. You're just looking for an opportunity. But let's say there's an opportunity already that you're applying for. Your CV shows me that you're interested and then that you have the skills. So once I see your CV, the interest is already noted. But as I'm looking at your CV, I need to also see that your skills match what we are looking for. So I need the name of the organization, what you did there, because what you did previously tells me what you can do now. And then how long were you there? So date is very important. And usually the best way to write your experience is in reverse chronological order. That's the most recent one first. So if you have a role that you're doing now, you should start with the one that has 2022 before you write the one that has 2020. So let's say you're currently working or you're currently doing your NYSC. So you write your school, XYZ school. Let's say you're teaching. That means, let's say you started 2021. So November 2021 to date. Then what did you do before this current one? That's the one that will come next. So that is in reverse order. So in trying to showcase your skills, you have to show productivity. You have to show what you have done. You have to show if you achieved something. It is very important to say it because your CV is the one speaking at this point. If you are able to get into the interview stage, then I can ask you more questions. But at the CV stage, you need to provide enough information for me to be able to call you for an interview. Let's take for an instance, I get 500 CVs. I need 10 people. I cannot interview 500 people. I might interview 20 people. You understand? So how do you get into that 20 number to get to an interview? That's why we have, why your CV needs to catch my attention. Now, in trying to, put down what you have done in terms of responsibility, achievements, you need to, use the acronym CAR. That's the context, the action, and the results. So the context is the environment where you do the work. What kind of work did you do? And then how did you do it? The action, the result, what did you achieve? Let's say, for instance, even though you did NYSC, for instance, it might even be, let's say you taught in a secondary school in Sokoto. Okay, it's possible that you taught English to JS 1 to 3 and you didn't do SS1. So it is very important that you write, okay, that you did English, that you taught English amongst 3 levels. Now, if let's say they have JS 1, 2, 3, okay, A, B, C, D, and that JS class of 1 to 3 has 12 classes. You understand? You need to mention that, okay, I taught English across junior secondary school classes, and there are 12 classes. So you need to state that there are 12 classes, or you can state that you can put a cumulative number of, okay, there are 300 students. You also need to, mention that you did test for them. Not just that you taught the classes, you did test and you did exam and you marked them. So in other words, you taught, administer test and exam and grading for, let's say, 400 students. Now, this gives me an idea because some class sizes in some school, one class can be 15. In another school, it might be 50. So, and you can, it is not the same level of, what's the word now? It is not the same in terms of class management. You need more to manage a class of 50 than you need to manage a class of 15. So you can see that even though these 2 people might have done the same thing, at the end of the day, one person has a stronger skill than the other because of the class size. So that's why you need to also show, number is very important, percentages, but please do not put wrong figure. Always try to show the truth, because there's a way of finding out these things. And if I find out that what is in your CV is not true, that questions your honesty and integrity, which are very important qualities when you're looking for a job. Okay, so we are still talking about what should be in your CV, your skills. That's the competencies that you have acquired, like what you have learned in this graduate advancement program. What skills did you learn? You have learned digital skills. You need to put it in your CV. Have you just learned it alone, or you have used it? So you need to put it as whether it is just a skill or it is just an experience. And then hobbies, even though hobbies and interests are not compulsory to be in your CV, it just throws more light on the kind of person you are. So if you can leave it to be just one line in your CV, that's fine, so that it doesn't, occupy space or a lot of space. So even though they are not a must-have in your CV, you do not know what will interest me in your CV. Because at the point where people are sending in their CVs, there is a minimum requirement. So it is taken that even if there are 500 CVs, at least maybe 100 people might have the basic requirements in terms of academics or in terms of skill. Now, what differentiates you from the next person is what we are looking for, because it's not everybody. If I'm looking for people that they have a background in English, for instance. I cannot take everybody that studied English that applied. I need to take the person that studied English that I feel, based on what I'm seeing in their CV, has the potential to do the job that is required. So your hobby or your interest might just be the differentiating factor. So anything can differentiate you from the next person. Okay, now if you have received an award in school or you have received during NYSC, it's very important that you put that in your CV. Now, as you gather more experience, maybe when you now have 5 years working experience or 10 years working experience, you might not need to put the award you received in school or in NYSC. But for now that you don't have plenty of experience, you need to, because, award shows excellence. It shows delivery. There are a lot of things that it shows that you're somebody that can finish what they have started. It shows that somebody that, that is dedicated to finishing. So it shows a lot of things. That's why, there are some things in your CV that may or may not add value to you because of the interpretation that the recruiter might give it. Okay, so this is basically a sample CV and it highlights all what we have been discussing. So I don't know if you can see it very well. It has the contact information. It has the education. This person went to Unilag. This person put his CGPA. Now, putting your CGPA in terms of the figure of the CGPA is not compulsory. It's not really necessary, but you can put your class of degree. So if you have a 2-1 or if you have a first class, you can put it. Especially if the role advertised, maybe they indicated that they want people who did 2-1 or they want people who did 2-2. Then if you have it, you can, indicate. But if it is not indicated, then it's optional. You can choose whether you want to include it or not. But remember now that what we are discussing is what differentiates me from the next person. Because if I'm looking for, let's say, for instance, an advert says BSc in any field, it means anybody that has a BSc has met at least the basic requirements. Now, what differentiates me from the other person that has a BSc might just be that I have a 2-1 or that I have a first class. So that's why sometimes you might need to include it. But that's optional to you, especially when it's not requested for. So your professional experience, you put your internship. So if you have done maybe holiday jobs, or you have done internship, like some people do 3 months or 6 months, or even if you have maybe worked in a family business, what you need to do is to put it in such a way that, it's understandable. Even if you maybe during holidays, you used to work in your mom's shop or in your dad's business, you can actually portray that in your CV because it is an experience. Many times you look at informal experiences as no experience, but no, as you're doing that, you're learning something. And what the recruiter is interested in is what you have learned over time, what skills you have acquired over time. It doesn't necessarily mean that those skills must have been acquired in school. No, they might have been acquired in church or in mosque, or maybe you play football, you are their team captain or something. Now, if you're a team captain where you play football, that's leadership. It means that you can coordinate, a team of people. There are a lot of things that we can, extract from all these other experiences or the things that you have. So if you have leadership experience, so why this is important is that you might not have enough working experience to show. So you need to show the kind of person that you have, the kind of person that you are, and the kind of skills that you have acquired in different aspects. That's so what sets your CV apart. The appearance has to be clear, carefully laid out, not too jam-packed. Now, if, for instance, what you have in your CV cannot contain in one page, then there's no need to squash everything together. You can have a 2-page CV. Another thing is that you separate headings. So you can use bold, you can use italics, but slow down on the italics because we want to read clearly what you have put on your CV. So you highlight bold, things that you can make bold is, let's say, your school of study, your school or your course of study. your work, the previous workplace, or the job title of your previous workplaces. So that it can differentiate between one experience and another. So let's say, for instance, you have 2 internships. I need to know that these 2 internships are for 2 different experiences, 2 different organizations. So you either highlight the name of the companies where you did the internships in bold, and then so if I see bold, I now see what you did there, and then by the time I see another bold, I know that this is different from the first one. So you have to be straight to the point, not too much explanation. It's better to write your CV in bullet points in terms of your experience and your achievements, because really, I don't want to read an essay because I'm looking at your CV. And remember that we don't have a lot of time to spend on an individual CV. So you have to put it in bullet points so that it's easy for people to just go through it and see what they are looking for immediately. So you highlight your outstanding achievements first. So if you have received an award, you put all the awards in the same section. Or if you have extracurricular activities that you have done, you put them under the same section. Let's say, for instance, you were in the election monitoring committee while in school, or maybe you were the course rep for your set while in school, or maybe you were the head girl in secondary school. So these are, leadership responsibilities, because every employer wants to know that this person has a sense of responsibility. That means that if you're given a task, nobody needs to be pursuing you up and down. You can deliver on that task. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you can do, maybe because you were in the electoral monitoring committee, that you can now organize the election for our local government. No, but it shows me that you're somebody that is focused, and you can deliver when you know what is expected of you. So avoid error. This one is very important, because your CV might be good in terms of how it looks, but if there are plenty error in it, it's kind of appears rubs off in a wrong way. Especially these days, many people put in their CV that one of the qualities they have is that they have attention to detail. Now you have already put it in your CV that you have attention to detail. Meanwhile, your phone number has 10 digits. You can see that you don't have attention to detail. Okay, you have attention to detail. There's spelling error in your CV. It means that it's not correct. So already, as I'm looking at your CV, I already know that even though this person is saying this is not true, because there are a lot of qualities that people just put inside their CV because everybody is doing that. I have communication skills, excellent writing and verbal communications. If you have them, that's fine. But if you don't have them, there's no need to put them. Put the one that you have, because there must be something that you have. You don't have to put all the, qualities that people expect in the workplace. Put the ones you have. Because one thing about skill is that skill can be learned. If you have the right attitude, you will get the job, and then you get training. Because at the point, from what I gather from this class, at the point where you don't have plenty of experience, many people will give you the opportunity if you have the right attitude. So really what we're looking for is attitude and character, not plenty of skills at the entry level. Now, as you gather more experience, when you now have 2 years experience, 4 years experience, 5 years experience, then I'll look at your skill first. I'll look at your experiences before looking at the other ones. But if the role is an entry role, what we are looking for is who has the right attitude, who can fit into our team. That's what we are looking for. Okay, so do's and don'ts about CV writing. We have mentioned some of them. So you have to be consistent in what you're writing. Use the same font type. Now, the font size might differ because your name needs to be bold. So if I open your CV, the first thing I should see is your name. Your name should not be the same font type with the rest of the things in your CV. Your name should be a bigger font size and should be bold. So I know that is your name. So consistency. Don't use different. I know that in trying to put together a CV. People do a lot of maybe copy and paste. Maybe you see something somewhere, you copy it. It's not really a problem if what you're copying represents what you want to say. Maybe sometimes you might see something, it is written in a way that represents what what you want to write in your CV, but it was captured in a better way. It's fine for you to copy it and paste in your CV, putting together your CV. But when you finish copying it, align the font type and font size to what you already have in your CV. So your CV is not looking like, where they are throwing something, maybe like a dustbin, where people are just throwing things. So your CV needs to look neat. And now we do a lot of soft copy. By soft copy, I mean you send a lot of email, you attach your CV, or maybe there's a link where you now like fill in some information and still attach your CV, or depending on how the portal for that particular company works. So all bullets should be aligned and consistent. So let's say have the same indentation in terms of, let's say be in a straight line. Proofread. When you finish proofreading, one thing about writing something yourself is that when you're trying to proofread it, you might be reading from your head instead of with your eyes, because you wrote it yourself. So you know what the next word should be. Now, when you are writing your CV, you can send to your friends to help you proofread. Because they didn't write it, they will be able to spot out where you missed out. Maybe you wanted to put off, it's not there, or you put ON instead of OF and all of that. And then if you don't have people, I expect that you should have people, maybe people in your class currently, you can, exchange CVs after learning how to do it yourself. You can exchange and then help each other to proofread. And then another thing you can do is that when you finish writing it, you close it, leave it, go out, do other things, and then come back. So when you come back to it, maybe an hour or two later, or even the next day, you'll be able to spot out, one or two errors if there's any. And then education should be in the first category of your CV. Yes, now that you don't have plenty of experience, education should come first. Now, when you have plenty of experience, let's say you have 5 years experience or 10 years of work experience, you can put education last, because really, if you have 10 years experience, I'm not interested in the school that you attended or in what you studied anymore. Not that it's not important, but it is not very important now, because what I'm looking for is what you have done in the past that makes you qualify for the role in question. But when you don't have plenty experience, I'm looking for, what did you study? It means that, what have you been doing in the last 4 or 5 years of your school work? That's your extracurricular activity. So that's why it is important now that your education is, in front. If you have 2 pages CV, your education should be in the first page. So include work experience throughout your academic year that helps you in fund. Let's say you did any extra job while you're in school, also include that. Use action verbs and don't make it lengthy. Use bullet format. We have already mentioned that. So in cases where you can provide numbers or percentages, please do so. Let's say you did a sales job and you were, it might not even be in terms of numbers, does not always mean naira and kobo. It might even be in terms of the number of items that were sold, the number of people that were engaged. Let's say, for instance, you did a job that required people to sign up for something online, and you were able to get maybe 100 participants within a space of 1 week. Now, this is not money, but that is a number that gives me an idea of the kind of effort and the kind of work that you did in that 1 week to get 100 people to sign up for something online. So numbers are very important, because it also, opens us up to what you as a person can do. So it includes significant academic honors. So if you have received an award or you were the best graduating student, there's nothing wrong with putting that. Sometimes you might need to blow your own trumpet, because remember that at this point, I don't know you. I'm just seeing your CV. So your CV is your marketing tool. You're marketing yourself to me through your CV. So I need to know, okay, if this person was the best graduating student in her or his class, it shows me, tells me, a few things. I can make some, generalizations about this person. So some of the don'ts that we don't expect: elaborate designs. Black and white is basic for your CV. There's really no need to put all those green, pink, and design. They may look fine, but remember that in this CV that you're sending to the employer, you want to show them what you can do, not really, except if you're looking for a design role. Yes, then that's fine. But if you're looking for just a general work role, then there's no need to put different colors on your CV. There's no need to use, Comic Sans. What are all those cursive handwriting? All those font types that might be a bit difficult to read. Now, if you're doing design, you want to do something on social media, that's fine. You can, show how more. But in terms of what I need to read to make a decision, like a recruitment decision, I need to be able to read it clearly in a short time. So typographical error, this is very important. Very, very important. Errors: proofread, proofread, and proofread. If you proofread, ask for help where you need help, because you're applying to do work. You're giving the impression that you can do this work, but already I can see mistakes in your CV. So what does that tell me about you? You're already making a first impression of someone that, might be making errors. And if, for instance, the job you're applying for has to do with money, if you make mistake with money, especially if the company is dealing with customer money, the repercussion might be more than if the mistake was something else. So that's why we, need to, be careful about this thing. Then falsifying and embellishing truths. Don't falsify your skills. If you don't have it, you don't have it. If you don't have an experience, there is no need to say that you have it. If you don't have a skill, there is no need to. You can talk about the skills you have in such a way that, but let's say you have Microsoft Office, you have Excel skills, but you have basic skills. There's no need to go and put Excel expert in your CV. You are not an expert, because Excel experts, for that level of skill, there are some things that are required. And if your level is not expert, you're still on basic, then it means that when you come for the interview or maybe a test, and I test you with expert, level, you will not be able to make it. So that's why we need to, no need to on what is in your CV. If I'm not sure, I go to the next CV. And you don't want that to happen, because you want to have the opportunity to showcase yourself. You want to get to the interview stage so that at least they will see you or know the kind of, or test stage, so that they can test you for other things that might not be in your CV. So if your CV is vague, you might not even get to the next point. And then if the font sizes are too small, it might be difficult to read. So the font sizes to use are between 10 and 12. 10 and 12 are also depending on the font type you're using. For some font types, like Times New Roman, 10 is big. But for, let's say, Calibri, 10 is small. So depending on the font type you're using, make it, eligible, so that, make it legible, sorry, so that someone can read it freely without, having any difficulty in seeing what you have written. Okay, so we've already talked about your interests, and then remember, the recruiters have hundreds of resumes in a day. Now, I'm assuming that this person is going through it manually, like viewing it. If in situations where they are using ATS, that's a software for CVs, they already have what they're looking for, and you might not even, any small error, you might not even get to the shortlist. Now, but if they're doing it manually, you also help by how your CV looks to get to the shortlist. Okay, so a cover letter is a letter you send to accompany your CV. So sometimes in some adverts, they ask you send cover letter and your CV. In some, they will just say send application. So no matter what they say, always send it to. However, the difference is that if somebody requests for you to send cover letter, if it is in the advert, send cover letter, then attach two of them, send two of them and attach both of them to the email. But if they just say send application, then your cover letter can be in the body of the email. So you can just type it or copy and paste it. I always advise people to have a sample, like a template, a cover letter template that you can now edit, because you need to tailor your cover letter to the company. So a cover letter is something you send when you're applying your job. It introduces you and highlights so it's not like you're copying your CV back or saying everything in your CV, but sometimes you can also mention a few things that may not even be in your CV in that letter. So, and the cover letter should be short, not more than 1 page, whether it is a hard copy that's in paper form or in an email, shouldn't be more than 1 page. So it gives you the opportunity to explain your interests, to say your qualifications for the job. So if, for instance, you're applying to, let's say, XYZ company, it is important that when you're writing your cover letter now, you address it to the XYZ company. Let's say, for instance, which company can we say? Let's say you're applying to MTN, for instance. In your cover letter, MTN should be in your cover letter because it is a letter, just like when you're writing a formal letter. So don't have, even though you're supposed to have a template, don't have a general template that is not addressed to anybody. No. You need to address that letter to somebody. So if you know the name, there are some adverts, they will tell you address to so person or address to a particular role, you do that. But if they did not ask you, then you should address it to maybe the recruiter, the hiring manager, the human resource manager, and then you put the name of the company because you know the name of the company. Now, if you don't know the name of the company, because there are some adverts too that you may not know the name of it, that's fine. Then you can now do the generalized, but you still need to address it to the hiring manager or the human resource manager or to the recruiter. But in cases where you know the company already, please address it to the company. If you know the name of the person, address it to that person's name. So a cover letter tells the employer the type of position you're seeking for. Now, in situation where maybe there is no advert, you are just applying. Maybe you're just applying to this company with hope that they may have an opportunity, or maybe so that when they have an opportunity, they can role. You cannot be applying for any role. We don't have a role that is called any role in the company. So you know why this is important is you need to know what you can do. So if you're applying for an admin role, for customer service, for sales, for digital marketer, then you need to specify in that cover letter what you're applying for. So if you're telling me that I should give you any role, I can't give you any role because how do I know that you can do that particular role? But if you're telling me that you want a role as a digital marketer, then in your cover letter, you tell me that you have the skill, that you have done it for maybe 2 months, 3 months and all. Then I can begin to consider you for that role. But when you say any role, then I don't really know how to, begin to address that. Okay, so it gives you, an opportunity to say 1 or 2 things about yourself. Maybe you have been following them on social media, or you have seen something they have done, or there's something about that company that resonates with you. You can also mention it, but please know that we don't expect a long, essay. It has to be short, 1 page. These days, if you notice, people don't really have the patience to read a lot. Even on social media, people don't have the patience to read a lot of things. And then in this case where somebody is trying to look at your CV and also a CV of hundreds of other people, then they cannot dwell so much on yours alone. So each cover letter must be tailored to the job. We have already mentioned that. whenever possible, address your cover letter to a named individual. If you have that information, that's fine. And then grab the reader's attention by writing an appealing first paragraph. So what's your first paragraph? So your first paragraph can be to introduce yourself, for instance, in terms of what you studied, or introduce your skills in terms of what you can do, or introduce the kind of things, what differentiates you as a person. So you need to keep that person reading. Now, in some cases, some people don't even read cover letters. So, but it's important for you to also, because you don't know who will read it and who will not read it. Some people go straight to your CV because that's really what they are looking for. But some people also, read your cover letter, not necessarily because of what you have said, but they want to know how does this person construct sentences? How does this person write? They are from your letter, without really taking into consideration the content of the letter, I can look at how this person writes, this person's writing style and all. So there's a lot of things to assess from your cover letter and from your CV. So avoid every type of mistake, typos, misspelling, grammatical error. So focus on your fit for the job, because really the reason why you're sending a cover letter and your CV is because of the role that has been advertised or the role that you think you fit into. So at every point in time, you need to put that into consideration that we are talking about work here. Even if I need to impress this person, I need to impress them in terms of my suitability for this role. Not really, my impressing them is not to impress them that I can write or speak English, except if that is part of what they are looking for. But I need to show them that I'm the kind of person that they are looking for. And then never include negative information. End your letter by requesting for an interview. So you can say in your letter you are available for an interview or at their earliest convenience, or that you are available, or you look forward to hearing from them. So cover letter should be kept under one page. Whether it is in paper form or in email form, it should not be very long. It should be short. Okay, so this is an example. If you look at this person's example, this person started with talking about his personality, the kind of person that he is. So he's outgoing because outgoing personality matches with sales. So this person is already talking about his outgoing personality and the fact that he already has sales experience. That is what he's starting with. And then he talks about, I recently graduated from the University of Benin with a degree in marketing. So his course of study also matches with the fact that he has, sales experience. Now, it is not all the time that yours might match. It's possible that you studied, let's say, zoology, for instance, but you have experience in sales. So at a glance, we might not be able to match zoology with sales. But then if you already have experience, or if you already have maybe some things that you did, maybe even if they are at an informal level, then you can bring that up in your letter to show that even though, yes, my course may not be directly related to sales, but I have done sales previously and, you showed your evidence. Okay, so let's not dwell on this one, but you need to show the what, the who, and then why you, why should they take you, what differentiates you from, and then why them, why do you want to work for them? You know that you might want to work for a company because they support, maybe they sponsor your favorite football club, for instance. I know that there are some companies that sponsor local football clubs. So maybe that's why you want to work with them. Or maybe you want to work with them because they sponsor, maybe they give scholarships to people. That may even be your reason for wanting to work with them. Okay, so how to send your CV and cover letter is really, I think I've mentioned that before. So you send it as an attachment, but when it is not requested, the cover letter should be in the body of the mail. Now, I see a lot of CVs where people attach their CV. Maybe they said, send application to, then there's now an email. And then you just see somebody attaches a CV and just sends. In the body of the email, there's nothing. There's no hello. There's no good morning. There's nothing. That is very wrong. Or you see an advert that says, apply using job title as a subject. And then the person just puts the subject, attaches CV, and sends. That is wrong. You know, it's just like you want to deliver something to somebody, you just knock on the person's door, you drop the package in front of the door and leaves. So you are not even sure if the person is receiving it or they are not receiving it. So you attach your CV, and then I always advise that your CV should be in PDF. Why PDF? Because the version of Microsoft that the receiver, that's the person that will receive your CV, is using determines how your CV appears if it is in Word document. So, but if your CV is in PDF, it will stay the same, irrespective of the version that the person is using. So always have a soft copy, Microsoft Word, and then PDF document of your CV. Now, there are times where maybe they will ask you to send your CV in PDF or to send your CV in Microsoft Word. That is different. So it also tells us that we also need to look, when we see adverts, if there are instructions attached to it, we also need to take note of that. But if there are no instructions, like they did not request for your CV in Word, always send it in PDF. Okay, my system is blinking. I don't know why, if it's showing on your end. Adedapo. My system is blinking. Is it blinking on your end? So I will know if that is an issue. Is the slide blinking?
It's blinking, but we can see you.
Okay. Okay, so you can see that it's blinking.
Yes, from the reflection of your glasses, majorly.
Okay. So I really don't know what that's. It just started now, so I really don't know why. Okay, so how to send your CV and cover letter. So the hard copy means that you're sending it, maybe you're posting it, maybe you are using dispatch, or you're going to the office to drop it. But these days, very few companies ask you for hard copy CVs. Is either there's a portal where you log on to upload, or there's an email where you send it. That's really basically what that is. And then whether it is soft copy or hard copy, you still follow the same format of cover letter and CV. So if it is a hard copy, that means you printed your CV. You put the cover letter in front on top of your CV, and then you staple them together. But if it's an email, if it is required, then you attach both of them and still write a short form in your email. But if they did not specifically mention for you to send your cover letter, it means that you can type it in the body of the mail if it is not specifically required, but you should always send it to. However, the way you send it is determined by whether it is requested for or not. So when it's requested for, some people will say, send your cover letter or send your application and the CV, then you attach both of them. You write your cover letter, or some people can call it your application letter. So if what they call this is application letter, then you don't need to write another cover letter. So you just write your application letter, the way you write formal letter with the title there and all. But if it is not requested, then you can send it in the body of the mail and then you attach it. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm now ready for all your questions.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Yes.
They are here with their CVs.
Okay.
So I was thinking probably make an example of one of the CVs and make corrections on it and things.
Okay, so now that my system is blinking, I might not be able to see it. Are you sending me soft copy or I can just view it on the video?
Soft copy initially.
Eh?
I was thinking of sending a soft copy initially.
Okay. Okay, you can send it because right now I'm thinking of logging in from my phone since my system is blinking.
Let me try and share from our system. Will you be able to see it there?
Yes, I can see it, but let me log in from my phone. As in, let me log into this meeting from my phone, not my system. My system is the one blinking. Do you understand? Let me log in from my phone. Then you can now share your screen. So I will just log in from my phone now because I'm using my laptop and it's currently blinking. I don't know why.
So let's have some questions, maybe 3 or 4.
Yes, so you can share your screen. Let me just log in. So I'll log in from so you need to allow me in from my phone so I can just view it from my phone. I think it's that can work. Yes.
Just send it to WhatsApp.
So I've got 1 and 2.
You guys have something just your own.
I have to be already.
Okay, so I've logged in from I've logged in from my phone. So I think maybe I can log out. I can log out from my laptop now. I'm on my phone now. So you can share your screen.
Can you see it now?
No, I can't. Are you sharing your screen? I haven't seen your screen yet.
Sorry, sir.
I see it now.
Yes, I can see it. Okay, okay. Onya Abigail Amarachi. Okay, so are we ready? Can I make my comments
Yes.
on the...
Yes, you can. So I'll be sending you 2 more after this.
Okay, are you sending my email or you're still sharing the screen?
I'm sharing 2 more after this when you are done.
Okay. Okay, yes. So because it's good that everyone is seeing the CV. Okay, so Onya Abigail Amarachi, the first thing is that for just looking at your CV without even looking at what you have written, the font size of your name is too small. You know, we mentioned this already, that your name should be bold. So let's say the font size, I don't know what size of font is this. I can say, okay, 8. That is really small. So the font size of your name should be up to 20 or 22, depending on the type that you're using. Now, the font for the rest of the document is not too small, but your name basically is too small. Okay, I know that people like putting summary. Summary is really not compulsory, but people like putting it in their CV, which is, there's nothing wrong with that if it makes sense, because there's a lot of copy and paste when we are sending CVs. Okay, so I can see that your skills, you have your computer skills, but I cannot see what you studied. Because when you don't have, yes, I can see what you studied now at the end, but that should be in front, especially since you don't have a lot of experience to, you know, portray. So your education, can you scroll up a bit? Okay, so after your summary, your education should be there before your skills, because your skills are there to support your education. So putting your skills without putting what you studied is like putting half, like one leg of it, wearing one leg of a socks. So your skills are there to support with what you have studied. So after the summary or your profile, you have different names for it. Then your education comes there, your skills, then you can now go ahead and put your experiences that you have. I can see that this page, this CV is one page, and that which is very good because one page CVs are the recruiters delight. You love it. Or is there another page? Okay, so for this person, the first correction that you need to do is that you need to bold your name and centralize it. That's the first. I haven't even looked at the things that you have written. Proficient in Jira, Microsoft Office Suite works. Yes, that's good. Excellent interpersonal and communication skills, conflict management skills, honesty and integrity. Can learn fast. Okay. So excellent interpersonal communication skills, these are skills. Honesty and integrity are not skills. They are character traits, so they are attributes. So they shouldn't be under soft skills. Honesty is a character trait. Integrity is a character trait. It's not a soft skill. So, but communication and interpersonal are skills that people can learn. And then, when you put conflict management, I might see this conflict management, and that is even the reason why I'm shortlisting you. So make sure you have examples to give me if I invite you for an interview, whether the interview is virtual or physical. Make sure you can explain to me and convince me that truly you have these skills, because these skills basically is for you to prove to me that you have them. And if you cannot convince me in a conversation, then I won't believe that you have them. So customer support officer, 2020 to 2022, that's fine. Though it would have been better, since 2022 is involved, it would have been better to put the month. So this 2022, is it January? Are you currently there? It doesn't tell me if you're currently there or if you stopped working in January or February. Now, if I see this, I will assume that you're not currently there. Because when I'm looking at your CV, you're not there to convince me whether, as in you're not there for me to ask you questions. So I will just assume that you're not there. Because if you're there, I expect it to be 2020 to date or to present, which means you're still working there. So it's good for you to note the months, let's say December 2020 to January 2022, that's fine. But if you're not working there, that means the assumption is correct, then that's also fine. And then the bullet points, the indentation is not looking neat. So your bullet points there should be an indentation in terms of it should move inside a bit under your customer support service. So it should not start at the same line since it's a bullet. Yes, so it should go inside. Yes, I can see that you're doing that now. Yeah, but it should move. There should be an indentation moving it inside so that it is clearly differentiated between the customer service officer and the mathematics and chemistry teacher. So that all of them come under, because you know that when you do bullets, yes, it should be indented the way it is now with the bullet showing. So the same for all the other roles. Now note that I am actually not looking at what you wrote under each role because we are just testing the appeal we are looking at the visual appeal now of this CV. So we have agreed that the education should come forward. And then looking at it now, the space between the university and the secondary school education, the space is too much. No, even the way it is now, there's too much space between secondary school and university. So when you're moving the education forward, you move both secondary and university, you move them forward before the experience. Okay, so I don't know if there are other questions. maybe from the members, people in class. Do you have any question? Otherwise, you can show us another CV that we can look at. But I would like the participants to ask questions, especially from experience or from what they have heard or seen.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. Yes, hello, good morning.
I'd like to ask, I have experience working as a production supervisor and as a quality control officer. But now I want to transit to HR. So I'd like to ask, why when writing a new CV, do I have to write those previous experiences since they do not really have they are not in the same line, they are not in the same field. Although I've been taking the courses of doing another online courses and in on HR too. But I'd like to know if, aside from those online courses that I have taken and this, I really do not have any work experience in HR. But my work experience majorly are in quality control and a food production supervisor. So I'd like to know how to have it. They have to write those previous work experience, even though it has nothing to do with HR.
Okay. Okay, so if what they are looking for, let's say there's an advert for HR intern, for instance, and in the advert they say that experience is not required, then you might just skip the experience you have and just put the skills that you have acquired. But if experience is required, you need to state the experiences you have had, even though they are not directly related to HR, but there are some things that can be extracted from there that are useful in HR. For instance, HR works with people. So whether you're doing quality assurance or production supervisor, you're working with people. Now, for you to be a production supervisor, it means that you are supervising other people. For me, the production supervisor is directly related to HR. Yes, the title may not be, but in terms of your job expectations, you're supposed to monitor the performance of other people, right? Am I correct to say that? When you were doing your production supervisor work, were you monitoring or assessing the performance of other people?
Yes, I was.
Yes, so this is also an expectation in HR. Do you understand? So in HR, you are also expected, to monitor performance. So don't see that this is not related. It might not be obvious to you that it's related, but the person who is, assessing your CV knows that this is related. So what you do is to find out in those your previous jobs that you have done, what aspect of that job is relevant to human resources. Those are the things you put in your CV. There must be aspect of that job that you did that is relevant to human resources. So for the production supervisor, for instance, how many people were you supervising? What exactly are you supervising them for? In trying to supervise them, have you been able to improve their behavior or improve their skills? That is relevant. That is what you'll be doing as a human resource person. Now, in the quality assurance, what are your job expectations? You're supposed to, be attentive to detail. You're supposed to maintain standard in quality assurance. You're supposed to ensure that if it's a production, like a physical production, that you're supposed to maintain quality to standard. So to make sure that there are no gaps. This is also relevant in HR, because in HR, we also deal with policy, documentation, and compliance. So in quality assurance, you deal with compliance. In HR, you deal with compliance. So those are the things that you need to highlight under the things that you have done. And then you also need to highlight in terms of discussing during your interviews, because the person that will be interviewing you want to know what aspect of your job, apart from the fact that you're interested and you have done certifications, what aspect of the job that you have previously done that are relevant. So you should be looking for transferable skills, which are these things I just highlighted. I'm sure there will be others too that you can pick out when you look at them properly. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Please, I would like to ask you, it's possible we have your LinkedIn profile so we will follow, and there are other questions.
Yes, you can follow me on LinkedIn. My full name, the name showing on the screen now, that's my LinkedIn name, Nwaneka Nnoli. I'm on LinkedIn. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. Any other question or want to share CV?
No, I have a question. My
Okay.
question is, I'm into training, like capacity with consulting, training over capacity building. Like,
Okay.
is it a freelance or more or less like part-time, something like that? If I'm to write this my CV, I have to say that talking about the duration, I'm still there, but it's not a full-time job. Like they call me when they have training like that, I show up, I do, I go on my way. The next 2 months, I'm end of the call. So now, can I put in my CV that 2020 till date in my CV, or one of the way I can paraphrase it that the recruiter will know that okay, this person is not doing a full-time job. He just need to maybe gather more skill or experience or to impact. You get my question?
Okay. Yes, it's something you do that they call you when the opportunity comes up, right? It's not continuous.
Something is not a full-time talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they call you when the opportunity comes up.
That's me.
No, I'm just asking, so I'll know what to answer. As in, they call you for those training when the opportunity comes up, right?
I don't show up, maybe I do like a week or 2 months, a month, then I have to wait until something like that comes up again.
Okay, and you're not their staff.
No.
So you can put it, yes, so you can put it as a freelance capacity. What do you do? What's the job title? Are you a trainer?
Trainer, yes.
So you can put it as freelance facilitator or freelance trainer. You know, freelance tells me that you are available for it. So you might not be doing it now, but it's something that you do when the opportunity comes.
Okay, when I was writing years now, so is it going to be like, no, it's not ending. I know about the end date now.
Yes, no, you can put it, if you started in 2020, you can put it 2020 till date. That's fine because you have already put freelance. So when you put freelance there, I know that it is not permanent, it is not continuous, but it happens when the opportunity comes. So even though that you might not be engaged at the moment, you are open to it if the opportunity comes now. So that's why it's good to put it freelance there or part-time. You can put it part-time or you can put freelance. So that if I see your CV, I know, okay, that it's not a continuous engagement. Does that answer your question?
So, thank you.
All right.
Another question, please share first.
Another question, please.
Yes.
One more. I have 2 questions. Yes. The first question is, you mentioned leadership roles
So my question, are we going to use under experience or we are going to make a category for that? Then the second one is, if we are addressing a letter maybe to the HR, or are we going to say dear hiring manager? Or someone said you don't use the informal letter. So what are we going to use? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so sometimes you are aware of who the recruiter is. In that kind of situation, you can say, let's say you saw the advert and they say apply to, they'll put whether it's HR manager or hiring manager. In such cases, follow the requirement as is stated. But when it is not stated, you can say dear hiring manager. You can address it to maybe the human resource manager. You don't know who the person is. It might not even be the human resource manager, but the fact that you're addressing it to somebody is fine. So you can address it to the recruiter, the hiring manager, the human resource manager, when you don't know who that person is. And then the first question, what was your first question? Okay, for your leadership, whether you should put it separately or you should put it as part of your education. Now, it's better to put it separately. Why? Because you may have leadership in both secondary school, NYSC, university. So you just put them together under, you can give it any title you like extracurricular activities, leadership skills, leadership engagements, or other activities. Then you now put all the other responsibilities that you have done in the past. The same thing like awards too. So let's say award, you might have received award both in your school, in NYSC, in secondary school, and you want to put that. So you put under awards, you put them separately. Or you can even say leadership and awards, and then put all of them under leadership and awards. You remember that you still need to put them according to dates, according to the one that comes first in reverse chronological order. So you see, arrange them according to date with that subtitle. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My question is this. Let's say, okay, I started a business when I left my last job. And then I did it for like 2-3 years with a partner, it's a registered company. And then in the space of those years, before the business actually folded up,
Okay.
I was working there as like the executive director, and
Okay.
grew the business until COVID, when it folded up. So now,
Okay.
those gaps in between, if I'm tailoring my CV as I'm present to this day, that one, this is like a director position, will it be really necessary to put it there? Because it might look like this somehow else and she's coming here, you know that thing. Then secondly, if I have to like omit it, like getting those, how do I cover up that space?
Okay. I wouldn't advise you to omit it because it is an experience and it's up to 2 years. So it's very relevant because there were things you did at that time. There were things you learned how to do, and there were things you accomplished. So it's not good for you to just throw away 2 years of your experience. However, my advice would be, was it a registered company? Was there a website? Are there places where your name appeared as executive director? That's the question I will ask. Now, if you did not have a website or where your name appeared as executive director, I would advise that you change the job title. Was it a business for you and some other people? Was it a small business?
It was a limited liability company, actually. So they didn't tell.
Was it a big company?
It was a limited liability company where two of us, it was a partnership.
Okay. Okay, because the challenge is that if you're looking for, I don't know what kind of jobs you're looking for now, But if you're looking for a job that is not a manager level and you have done executive director before, there's a kind of imbalance that is there. But if you're looking for a manager role that you qualify for, and there's executive director before, it really is not a big problem. So if you can change the job title, so you know what you were doing before, then you can use that to make it maybe a manager or give it another title. Because what happens is that if you're looking for, let's say I'm looking for customer service officer, for instance, and you come and you apply, or even admin officer, and then you have done executive director before, it will look, I don't know, it's somehow, because they will want to give it to somebody that just has maybe an admin officer previously. And it might be that what you were doing is very relevant, but that job title might throw the person who is doing the shortlist off. That's why I was asking whether there's a website where it was listed. Now, if there's no website where it was listed, it means that you can change it. Because if there's a website where it was listed, it means that if I try to find out about that complaint, I will still see you. That's if it's still active online. I'll still see you and your job title. Then there might be some, that means something is not aligning. It will look like you're lying. But then if there are no such places, then you can give it another job title in your CV so that you'll be able to capture the things that you did while you were there. Because the things that you did while you were there is still relevant to your experience in the workplace. So does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please, I want to know, when sending CVs, like if you see a job opening online and they said you should send CV, normally I've heard that you shouldn't just send CV, that you should have some small write-up like, good day, ma, trust the day is going well, my name is so. Please find and attach the copy of my CV or resume and the cover letter. Is it really necessary?
Yes, that is what we discussed as cover letter. That write-up that you're supposed to put there is what we discussed on that cover letter. It is very important that you write something in that mail. Do not send a blank email or an email that does not have a subject. That's subject title. Put a title. So even if they do not request for it, always put a title. You can make the title the job title. So if they're looking for digital marketer, you can write digital marketer as a subject, or application for digital marketer position. Or you can just write digital marketer normally on the subject of the mail, and then you now write dear hiring manager or dear ma or sir, and then that write-up that we discuss on that cover letter, that is what is expected in the body of the email, where you now say find attached your CV and all. And then also another thing is when you are attaching, please, if they do not ask you to attach, I've seen CVs applications where people attach all their results, all their certificates. There's no need to attach at that point. It's when they need to see you again. Let's say they invite you for interview, or that's when they need all those documents. Because these days with a lot of fraud going on, your results can fall into, or certificate can fall into the wrong hands. So always wait until it is requested for. Yes, to answer your question, you need to write that cover letter. It is expected that you write it, then attach your CV.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon once again. My name is Tyler. I just want to ask, for some of us that have had informal experience, like say work in a bar or in a family business before, how do we put that into our CV?
Okay, you worked for a family business.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do? What were you doing for the business? What kind of business was it?
A good sport, a bar and something to say. So I was actually managing. I went from school during the holidays. I have a long weekend. So
sorry, your voice is not very clear. You said, what were you doing? Can you come again, please?
Sorry about that. I was managing a bar for my dad. Then he just retired, and then just had to go for a long
So, and I school very close. So sometimes when I have a long weekend or on a piece, I'm always managing the piece. So, and that has really given me the interest to venture into a customer relation of jobs. When people come in, I find it interesting to talk to them, to engage them, that even it was bringing in more people enter the home with, I don't see myself as the head or probably because my dad knows it. I relate to them. So you know that sometimes we talk and then we go extent of sharing experiences. So it has really given me the interest to do more of the customer relating jobs. So like that, how do I incorporate that or bring that to my city?
You have already explained it. It's just that you don't know how to write it, but you know how to say it. You already said it now. So if that role was given to somebody else, assuming that it's not your dad's business, what would that position be called? Now, you already said you like talking to customers. So you can give yourself a title in your CV. Customer service rep, customer service officer, if that is what you want it to be. Because it is not a formal, maybe you don't have a letter showing that you have this position because it's in the family. You can give yourself a job title based on what you were doing. So, and then you can actually list out what were you doing in that business. You speak to customers, you resolve customer influence, do you attend to them? When you attend to them, what do you do? You understand? These are still things that if somebody else was employed to do that, that is what they would do. So that is, all you need to do is to articulate it and write it down. So do you think that position is a customer service officer? If you think that position is a customer service officer, then sit down and you can even try to check online roles of a customer service officer. Then you look, if those roles match with what you were doing before, then you can pick out what is there that matches with what you were doing before and write it in your CV. That's if you are not able to sit down and articulate. But if you're able to sit down and write what you were doing, then it's not a problem. Just give yourself a job, or give the position a job title, customer service officer. Then you write, what were you doing? All those times that you go to the bar, all those times that you go there, that you work, because you actually work when you go there. So all those times that you go there, what do? You put it in bullet points the same way. And then if you go for an interview and you are asked, there's nothing wrong with saying that it's a family business. But even though there's a family business, doesn't mean that the work you did there are not valid. The work you did there, they are valid work. And you learned things there. As a matter of fact, what you learned there are even more valid than the person that was employed there. Why? Because for you, it was not just about salary. I don't even know, maybe probably you were not paid, or probably you were paid. But to you, more was at stake. More was at stake for you. So I don't know does that answer your question? Yes, you can articulate it and write it, even though it was a family business. Even if it was a business that you did, like I know that maybe there are some people who have like personal businesses that they have done. You can also, in the same way, articulate it, write what you were doing. Maybe you were a sales officer, put the name of the business. If the business doesn't have a name, put it, maybe, let's say you were selling, maybe as a student, you were selling clothes, like maybe tops, shirts, to other students. You can write it, sales rep for a fashion business. Yes, the business doesn't have a name. And then you write what you were doing. If you go for an interview and they ask you, you can still explain that it's a personal business. But what is important is not just that it's a personal business, but what you learned doing that job. What were you doing as part of that job, and what skill did you learn doing that? So that is a personal business does not make it not valid. Please, it is very valid, whether it's a personal business or a family business. You can still include it in your CV because it's an experience and is relevant in the workplace. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Yes. I want to ask if there was a time you held two positions. For example, I once worked at an organization and I was only two positions. Is there a way you can input that to your CV? Like, how do we input that? I was holding the position of assistant general secretary and at the same time the publicity secretary. So how can we incorporate that into the CV?
You can put that into the, if they are two different, if what you are doing for the two different roles are distinct, you can put assistant general secretary / publicity secretary, as in put it as one heading, but indicate that there are two roles. Then under them, you can now put what you were doing for both roles. So even though you were holding the two positions at the same time, yes, you can capture that in your CV, because there are two different things. You were doing two different things. So you might have learned, some things because you were playing the two different roles at the same time. So yes, you can include that in your CV.
Any other question? Madam, any other question?
You have any other question?
Sorry, ma'am, from her question now, okay, two different roles in a company. When you are stating the experience, the accomplishment, how do you separate them on the?
You don't, they were happening in the same company at the same time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you don't really need to differentiate them per se. All you need to do is to state one after another. For instance, if it's publicity secretary / general secretary, then you list out the roles of the one you wrote first. After that, you just continue. So if you wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, from number 5, you can write the role of the next role, or the responsibilities of the next role. The same way when you are writing your accomplishment. So you don't scatter it like you put achievement for general secretary and then you put achievement for publicity, no, and then you come back to general secretary. No, if you did 3 achievements for general secretary, you will write the 3 first, and then you write the next 2 that is for the other role, but they can be together. But you just need to arrange them so that as I'm going through them, I know that this is for publicity secretary and this is for general secretary.
Any other question? Should I share one more screen, ma'am?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, I can see it. Okay, can you go back to the beginning of the page? How many pages is this one? This looks like more than 1 page. How many? Okay. Okay, first of all, the owner of this CV did not make good use of the space on the paper. There is a lot of empty spaces, and that is because of the format of the CV. Oyekomi Abimbola. Okay, so because of the style of the CV, there is a lot of space that are not being in use, which is now making your CV to be longer than it should be. And if you look in this section where you have the blue, the things there, they appear to be jam-packed. Meanwhile, under your name, you have plenty of spaces that could have been used. Now, the place in blue where you have your skills and competence, because of the color differentiation, is not very clear. So if you want to retain this this format, you may need to make it white or make it a very lighter shade of blue. And then you can see the space between the surname, the other names, and then, so there's a lot of space that are not being fully utilized in this CV. First of all, they are just looking at it without looking at the content. Can you scroll down a bit? Okay, hold on. Okay, so you can see that on the section where blue, something is squashing on top of the other. So I can't even make it out. I think that should be certificates and commendations. But the certificate is not standing alone as a subheading, because of the formatting, it is now on top of the other things. So you need to also, this is a Word document. That's why it is advised to use PDF, because PDF, you will see how it will appear. And it won't change when the other person receives it. But Word can change because it is in an editable format. If the person is not using the same Microsoft that you're using, that's the same version, it might distort the view of your work. So this person needs to rearrange the CV and make good use of the empty spaces on them, so that the places where you have the certificates and commendation will now be visible. So you may have to change the format or adjust what you have, because the issue is not for it to be fine. This blue and white, yes, blue and white is fine, but really now it's not helping you. It's not helping the CV. This blue and white is not helping the CV, because the content of the CV, which is the most important for me to see, not necessarily the design, is not very visible. Can you scroll down a bit more? So there's a lot of empty spaces that need to be utilized in this CV. Go down a bit. So this CV can be shorter if all the empty spaces are utilized properly. That way you can even increase the font size to make it more legible, because as it is now, it is not very legible. So that's but apart from the physical appeal, because all my comments now are on how the CV looks. Apart from that, I can see that the person wrote the dates, and then it's the previous positions are highlighted, they are bold, and then these ones I'm mentioning now, they are okay. He did them well. However, the ones written in light blue should be in a darker blue or in black. That's the dates now. They are not. That's not very visible. But the fact that you wrote the dates, and then the fact that you highlighted and make bold the previous places of work, that's a good one for the CV. So the person just needs to edit the CV. Are there other things after this, what is showing? Can you scroll down? Okay, okay, that's all. Okay. So this person's CV looks, in terms of visual appeal, the second page looks okay, but the first page is not appealing because of that format that is on the first page. But the second page looks okay. The only thing that the person needs to do is to make the date darker. That's the July 2014 to when he ended that role. Needs to make it darker. It's too light. So it's something that whoever is looking at it should be able to see it immediately, just like I can see the chief librarian, the data analyst, and then the bullet points. The bullet points are in order. They are well indented. So that's it for this one. So it's the first page that needs a lot of work, really. But the second page just need to make the dates visible at a glance. Are there still other questions? Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
right.
This 12 o'clock, this 1 o'clock already. Hello, ma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
That would be all with the CVs. So any other question before she?
Okay, so before she goes, good afternoon, Wadneka. This is our work. This is our work.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Okay, so before we go, I'm sure we didn't do it for our previous class. It's our tradition that all our facilitators are volunteer facilitators. They are professionals who are taking out their time to impact people like you. And it is so one of the traditions that we do is to pick up one person from the class on behalf of the entire class, just to say thank you and appreciate them for the time and the knowledge they have shared with us. So who will do that for us today? Okay, on behalf of the class. So you can come to the front and thank one can knowledge for the wonderful session.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. On behalf of the batch 5 staff members, I want to thank you for your time, your invested time into this program. We appreciate it, and we say thank you very much. May God continue to be with you and uplift you in all your ways.
Amen. 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 Thank you very much. I hope you were able to learn how to work on your CVs, because really the important thing is that you should be able to work on your CVs by yourselves at this point. I hope you should be able to do that by now.
Okay, so thank you very much for your time, man. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate it. So I will get through to you back on WhatsApp, man. Thank you very much.
No problem. It's my pleasure.
time and I said to myself, how can I do something different? What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? So I was sitting in college at the time and I said to myself, how can I do something different? What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? An idea came to my head to go and knock on people. What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? What can I do different enough for me? So I was sitting in college at the time and I said to myself, how can I do something different? What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? An idea came to my head to go and knock on people's doors and ask them what skills and qualities they had to become so wealthy so that I can extrapolate that and use that for myself. The pitch when I knocked on people's doors was, my name is Reggie, I'm from East London. I came to Kensington and Chelsea because I researched that this is the wealthiest area in the UK and I just wanted to know. So I was sitting in college at the time and I said to myself, how can I do something different? What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? An idea came to my head to go and knock on people's doors and ask them what skills and qualities they had to become so wealthy so that I can extrapolate that and use that for myself. The pitch when I knocked on people's doors was, my name is Reggie, I'm So I was sitting in college at the time and I said to myself, how can I do something different? What can I do different enough for me to see results that no one else will think of doing? An idea came to my head to go and knock on people's doors and ask them what skills and qualities they had to become so wealthy so that I can extrapolate that and use that for myself. The pitch when I knocked on people's doors was, my name is Reggie, I'm from East London. I came to Kensington and Chelsea because I researched that this is the wealthiest area in the UK and I just wanted to know what skills and qualities you had that allowed you to live in a wealthy area like this so that I can extrapolate that and use that for myself.
Hi, Reggie.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. You okay? So I went down a private street, the second door I knocked on. A lady speaks through the intercom. She opens the door, invites me in. As we were speaking, a gentleman walked through the room. That guy was Quentin Price. At the time, Quentin was the head of Alpha Strategies at BlackRock.
The first thing I started thinking about was, all right, well, let me think about how will I go into work tomorrow. I can organise for him to get some work experience.
I got there so early. I was the first one there. I think I got there like an hour early just so I can build a good impression. It was amazing to see how many bright young people there were. But even before I got there, I didn't know you could get A stars in A level. I thought it was just A was the maximum, but then these guys were telling me, oh, I got 3 A stars and 4 A stars. And they would ask me, oh, what grade did you get in college? I was like, oh, I'm still in college. I haven't finished yet. And that's when I realized I'm actually the youngest person here. And these guys are all undergraduates. And from that day, it really altered my mind and changed the perspective I saw things. And that's when I realized, you know what, something's definitely gonna come off this, and it surely has. Afterwards, I had a meeting with my mum, Quinton. He would advise me to go to university because it'll give me the best shot to work in the financial services. I will never forget, there was one thing I heard that still resonates with me now, which was, if you want to see different results, you have to come out your comfort zone and see something different.
Yeah.
Even on my internship, there was 9,000 applicants.
Yeah.
115 of us got it.
Yeah.
Only 3 black people. On my floor right now, I'm the only black person on my floor. So it's hard. I understand where you're coming from. It's hard. So when you see a black person, like, we just be friends. We just be friends. So
Exactly.
in the corporate sector, I am a minority, and I won't hide it. I am a minority. Like, even where I work, there's diversity, but it like in every corporate environment I've been to, it can be a lot better. So I guess playing the game for me is just adapting to the surroundings around me. I wouldn't say it's conforming, but just adapting to the surroundings around me so that you can, I guess, make the biggest impact and make it the biggest difference that you can. Mom, I'm going to work. See you later. Bye.
Bye, take care.
In any hyper-competitive environment where you're a minority, you have to play the game to a higher level in order to prevail, because you're educating people to overcome their ignorance and their prejudices. And those prejudices exist. We wish they didn't, but they do. And so where they exist, I think it's incumbent upon all of us, both those of us who are lucky enough to be in the majority and those who are in the minority but have an opportunity to prove the naysayers wrong and to set an example to the next generation that makes this a more equal society. We see it all around us, and the more people like Reggie there are, the faster we'll get to the right place.
So I would say embrace the rejections, because they make for a better story, and through that you're just going to be able to inspire and help a lot more people. So I would say don't take the no's as gospel. Use it and embrace it, and use it as like the petrol for you to get through to wherever you need to be.